pleasant good morning from the El Camino Willett Park. About to see the start of the third round encounter between the Windward Islands, who would have won the first two matches, and the United States of America 2. They have lost their first two matches. We greeted the news that the United States 2, they have won the toss, and they have decided to insert the Windwards, who would have won their first two matches, batting first. So they are batting first again in this third round encounter. The two umpires are in the middle, and we will see the two teams, or the United States team, who will be fielding. They are on the field, then in a huddle just inside the boundary. And pretty soon we'll see the two batsmen for Windwards making their appearance into the middle. I have with me Frankie Claxon. Frankie, a pleasant good morning to you. We are off to a late start.
Yes, pleasant good morning. Yes, good morning. Weather causing a delayed start, but we are happy. Still an outfield which is lush green. I'm pretty sure in spades it's going to be slow in terms of getting runs across the field, but we are going to wait to see how the strip responds. The Windward Islands will be very, very happy. They have won their first two games batting first, and I'm sure they're going to relish batting first again because they have a good bowling attack, and they would want to ensure that they put a decent target up to defend in terms with their bowling. We've got umpires Philip Auguste and Daniel Sheckle, both out of Antigua, and the third umpire, Robert Foster, is from Jamaica. We're not sure which is which in terms of the tall one and the shorter one of the umpires, but
Sheckle is the one at the far end.
Sheckle is the one at the far end. So he's going to be at the presiding end, where they're going to start at the southern end. So Sheckle, the tallest of them, is going to be the presiding umpire at the moment.
So it's seems as though the Windwards, they have opened with Theo Edward. He opened in the last game, and we'll get the name of the other player for you. We are having some difficulties in terms of the identifying the numbers on the shirt. Well, we have the monitor here with us today, so that should make it a little easier. So the Windwards, number 7. We're not seeing number 7 here on this list, but we'll get that clarified for you in just a minute. But at the far end, we know Theo Edwards. He is the non-striker. So the Windwards are batting first here at the El Camino Willett Park. We would have seen a late start due to a wet run-up and some wet patches. The pitch is in good condition, and the United States would have won the toss and have decided to bat first here at the El Camino Willett Park. So we're off to a delayed start, but play will be starting momentarily here at El Camino Willett Park. So first delivery, loud appeal. Might have been pitched outside the leg stump, and the batsman was coming forward. The delivery probably kept a bit low as well. Maybe we can look at it on the monitor to see if it would have pitched, but good delivery. First up, Frankie.
Yes, good delivery, and number 7, is it Patel? You see number 7, and he's looking for this one. Oh, it's fine. Right arm pass.
Abdul Rahim.
Mozamil Abdul Rahim Zai. Comes away from the southern end, and a nice brisk delivery. Looks pretty pacey, and it goes straight through to the keeper. The wicket looks coming off good, Gary, so expect there's going to be some momentum here. We're going to see some good deliveries. First two looking good. Ball coming off the pitch nicely, and stroke play should be easier in terms of the pace that the ball is coming on. So the USA, Rahim Zai comes away from the southern end, into bowl to the right-handed bat. Oh, plays it into the offside there. The man at that wide gully position stops cleanly, and there is no run. So It is Edwards who's facing, and he has had 3 beautiful balls, 2 coming through to the keeper, the other one, he played it off of the strip into the offside. The wide man at gully is 1 slip, 1 gully, backward point, a man on the 3rd man boundary, extra cover, wideish mid off, wideish mid on, straight mid wicket, and I'm sure the man down on the fine leg boundary, shortish delivery. Stephen Pascal is the one receiving, right? Or Theo Edwards? Stephen Pascal is the receiving batsman, and Theo Edwards is the one on the other side. Okay. So he has gotten 3 balls already. We are playing 45 overs, and behind the non-striker's edge, and we have Edwards who's receiving. So Pascal Raheem bowls through the man Edwards now, and there is no run. So 4 balls have been completed. It's the end of the over, sorry. Pascal got 5 balls, and Theo received the last ball. It's 1 without loss. Gary, the Windward Islands likes to bat first, it appears. I mean, they didn't have any problems, I'm sure, being inserted. And let us see what kind of score they're going to put up. These two had given them a start of 20 odd the last time, I think. But they have good batters, and we expect to see them dig in and bat well. So you're listening and watching Rising Stars under 19 cricket, West Indies sponsored. And we have the second over that's going to be bowled from the commentary booth end, which is the northern end. And the bowler is marking out. He's a tall man, maybe another fast bowler. Welcome to ET With, and we are happy to have you viewing and listening. And it is the 3rd game that's been played here. Apiri is the bowler. So we have had Raheem, and now it's Apiri. He's going to be bowling from the northern end. Tall, number 36 on his back, doing his little his calisthenics, stretching, jumping, ensuring that the rhythm would be right when he moves there to get the well-coordinated going. He goes away from us into bowl to Pascal, who is on 1. It's a wild ball outside the off stump. It's wide, signaled by the umpire, so the score goes on to 2. 2 without loss, the Windward Islands in over number 2. Lush green field, beautiful scenery around the grounds. Gary, Bath Hotel in the south, up in the southeast, it's the Governor General's, Deputy Governor General's residence. We've got the Charlestown Secondary School, and we know up in the east is the Nevis Peak, and towards the south will be the flamboyant trees, which if you follow them and you go further through the bogs, you'll be ending up at the seashore. Here goes the bowler, plays it off of his body into the onside, brings the man from long leg around, and they're running very good. They've done that for the match that we've seen with them. Gary sort of moves on to 2. Good run in there. So Pascal now goes on to 3, and the score, it's 4 without loss. The Windward Islands being inserted by the USA 1 team. So away he goes, bowls to the batsman who plucks it into the offside there, man with square cover fields or more of a backward point position, and there is no run. So 4 without loss. Pascal, the receiving batsman, he is on 3. Edwards yet to score. We've got 3 off the bat and 1 extra by way of wides delivered here in the first ball of the second over. Tall, lanky Gary. Looks fit. And from what we've seen, the ball is coming off the strip very nicely. He stutters, goes away from us, delivers now into the right hand and plays it uppishly, deliberately into the onside, and it goes into the mid-wicket area for 4. And it's going to be an interesting game here, as Pascal is already showing his aggression, and he goes on to 7. The score goes on to 8 without loss, Windward Islands, but a lovely stroke indeed.
Yeah, a bad line delivery and punished by the captain of the Windward's team. They always want to punish bad deliveries, and he certainly did that. Played it over the vacant mid-wicket area for 4.
So Apidi prepares to go away from us to bowl his 4th official ball. His first ball was he comes easily behind this one, plays it in front of him there, Pascal. And as usual, the Windward Island team is always very supportive of their players, and you could hear them applauding.
Offline, that's Mozamil Abdul Rahim Zai is bowling from that far end.
In comes Zai into bowl to the right-handed batsman, flashes it into the covers. Magnificent shot indeed, all along the ground, down towards the western pavilion. The bat fielder can only run to retrieve. It was overpitched, and he gave it the measure. Lovely shot indeed by the right-handed batsman of Pascal. He moves on to 12. The score onto 18 without loss, Windward Islands. And so the certain portions of the outfield, thus far what we have seen, Gary, it seems as if the rain has not affected it. The ball is running away very vigorously. Zai from the southern end comes in, delivers now, and it's down the leg side, and it's another wide. The score goes on to 15. Looking to clip it off his pads there was Pascal, and he missed it completely. Went straight through to the keeper. The ball is coming through nicely. And so the batsman is in a position when the ball is in the right spot and play the shot to the measure, can get dividends from it. It is 19 without loss. The Windward Islands being inserted. Here at the E.T. Willett Park, an adjustment has been made. They've taken out the backward point position, put in an extra cover, so you got a point right on, or square cover, extra cover, and a shorter extra covers, plays it down the leg side. Again, the score now goes on to 20. It is, and yes, 20 it is. Another wide being essayed there. 20 it is. Edwards on 4, Pascal on 12. Those are the batters in. The batsman receiving is Pascal. Raheem Zai is the man from the southern end. He's the shorter of the two faster bowlers. And we have got the umpires there. Shekel is the one who's residing from the southern end. And he plays it easily into the offside, straight back down to the bowler who fields to his own bowling. So a brisk start by the Windward Islands, Gary. 2.2 overs, and we have got 45, that's 45 overs to bowl, and 20 runs on the board already. So we're getting some alterations done here with our microphones as Raheem Zai comes into bowl to Pascal. Easily comes forward, plays it down in front of him, and is cheered on by his teammates. It's no run. And so 20 without loss. Pascal is on 12, Edwards on 4. Pascal having faced 13 balls, Edwards having faced 2. He's doing his little calisthenics, keeping himself together, getting his feet in and out with a little, as you call it, exercise there, and keeping himself together. He waits and he drives it beautifully straight back over the bowler. The fielders can only run to retrieve it straight back over towards the Bath Hotel end, and Pascal goes on to 16. The score goes on to 24. The Windward Islands in over number 3, 2.4 overs.
Another good shot there by the captain of the Windward team. We have seen some 2 wides being delivered. So Pascal has looked good, he has looked businesslike, and he has played some excellent shots so far.
Anytime he goes up, he's driven away. When he tries to dip extra hard, he bowls wides. He comes in now those time. What is it? Oh, foolish delivery. Trying too hard, Gary, I believe. It's dispatched into the deep mid-wicket area for another 4 by Pascal. He is utilizing the opportunity wisely to score his runs, and the score goes on to 28. 28 it is for without loss. The Windward Islands at the end of 3 overs, 28 without loss. Pascal on 20 and Theo Edwards on 4.
An expensive over, 3 fours and 2 wides, so it means some 15 runs coming from that over from the USA 2 team. So we tell you that the opening bowlers, the first 10 overs, Frankie, must be bowled by medium pacers. So the USA 2 would have to use medium pacers for the first 10 overs. That's the rules and regulations, or that's part of the playing conditions. So,
and it stands even though the overs are reduced?
Well, the pacers must bowl 20% of the overs. So okay. Yeah, so.
All right. So from the commentator's end, Apiri, he is leaving the northern end in to go to bowl to It plays this uppish tee into the offside, and there is no run. It should be Edwards facing. He's on 4, then face his third ball. So a nice delivery, kind of turning the batsman around. Looking to play it into the onside, it came off of the outer portion of the bat and went into the offside, and there is no run. Edwards remains on 4. He has faced 3 balls. Pascal on 20 from 16 balls, and we have gotten some 4 extras. So 28 it is, without loss, the Windward Islands being inserted by USA 2. A tall, lanky Apidi goes away from us into the bowl, outside the off stump, a much better delivery. Ball too close for that shot, looking to play it square into the offside. There was Edwards, and he missed it completely. It went straight through to the keeper. Ball going through nicely. He would have had to adjust himself and move back towards the leg side to get that shot on, but it was too close. He was looking to guide it through the offside, beaten completely there, and there is no run. The score remains on 28 without loss. Windward Islands, we're in over number 4. Apidi bends over. A little stutter like our holder from Barbados. He goes away, delivers. He does not jump, Gary. He runs through very flat. And again, a nice ball beats the batter in Edwards. Edward walks away to the leg side to get his composure back. But he's going to have to revisit his stroke play, because now Papidi is getting his line and length right. Just on about off stump outside, 4th stump.
Yeah, he's looking to play to square of the wicket. He needs to look to get it more up towards mid-off or extra cover. He's looking to get square the wicket. And he has been fortunate not to have taken a thin edge and to go behind by the keeper. So you have to play in front of him.
Edward, having faced 5 balls already, is on 4. Is now receiving from a PD who runs away from us here at the pavilion end. Shots in the better ball onto the stumps this side, the midland leg. He gets behind it nicely, and there is no run. The score remains on 28. It is 3.4 overs already. We're into over number 4, and we are at the E.T. Willett Park, and you're listening and watching the West Indies Rising Stars under 19 cricket between USA 2 and the Windward Islands. Windward Islands have befitted themselves well with their first 2 games, have won them. We have seen them here on display last week, and they look a nice little compact group, playing as nicely as a good team. Here, Apidi goes into Walter Edwards nicely, but straight to the man at extra cover, and there is no run. So he got behind that one solidly, and was able to find the man at extra cover. We're 3.5 overs, and it is 28 without loss. Windward Islands batting. Nice little start.
Projected score based on the current run rate, Frank, it's 329. They are presently going at 7.30 runs per over.
Good run rate. What will Apidi do this time? Bends over as usual like Jason Holder. It's going to hit his little stutter, and he goes away. And he's short delivery, punches it into the offside, and a magnificent diving catch there at the cover point. He was moved back deeper, Gary, for that particular shot, because they realized he was looking to punch into the offside. The fielder was placed back outside of the circle, and he pulled off a beautiful diving catch to his leg. Punches it into the offside, a magnificent diving catch there at the cover point. He was
excellent catch at cover. It was short, and there was Edwards playing it in the air. Got good bat on it, but it was in the air and just in the reach of the fielder at cover, and did an excellent job in taking the catch to his left. So the USA, they have taken the first wicket with a score on 28, and a good breakthrough for the USA too.
So it's 28 for 1, and it's the end of over number 4. 28 for 1 it is. Losing Edwards for 4, and good bowling indeed by Apid. He kept feeding him off stump. He went onto get the middle and off, and then he put it back outside the off stump, luring him into that square drive, deep, backward point. He was pushed back a couple of steps, took a magnificent diving catch indeed. So the Windwards have lost their first wicket. It is 28 for 1 at the end of 4. Fontaine is the new batter, but he will not be receiving. It should be Pascal receiving. That's the end of 4 overs there. And let's see what his approach will be. Pascal is on 20. He has been looking well, but Edwards had been having trouble getting himself in, and Apidi did account for his wicket. Any updates on those other scores there, Gary? And I'd love to hear your thoughts on what West Indies would do for their day-night match in the third test. As we've got a new bowler, is it? Goa, Sharia, Goa. Most of these names are Indian names. He comes over from the southern end into bowl to Pascal. He allows it to go through, and there is no run. That one kept a little bit low. 28 for 1, the Windward Islands being inserted by USA 2. And let's see what the field is like for Pascal. Go off to Pascal. We've got one slip. They've maintained the slip. Cordon. It's going to be backward point. Cover, extra cover, wideish mid-off, wideish mid-on, man at straight mid-wicket. And the 2 outfielders are on the boundary, left and right of us here. Shot delivered, played into the offside to the wideish mid-off, and there is no run. So wideish third man, wideish fine leg, and the score remains on 28 for 1. And for those of you who have joined us, we are happy that you are with us. You can give us feedback as to how you are hearing and what we are putting forward to you, and while you are watching the play. And so we'll be happy to get your feedback. All matches have been covered both in St. Kitts 3 and 1 here in Nevis. The man from the wide is brought into a forward on the 45 for Pascal. As Goa comes into bowl to him, he's a shorter bowler of all 3, and taking a nice run, misfield there by the fielder out there, and so Pascal moves on to 22, and the score goes on 30. The score goes on to 30, and that's a bad miss there by the fielder at mid-on. I think they're going to try to force Pascal to play into the onside, forcing him to see if he can get the ball in the air. Here's a shot of pleasure. Beautiful shot. But short, extra cover fields, and there is no run. Pascal is not messing around. While he's getting back the ball, all he has to do is to try and find the gaps. He has done it previously with some of the other shots. These last 2 couple shots have been to the fielders. This last one, no run. The other one yielded 2 runs instead of 1. But the score remains on 30 for 1 in over number 5. Goa. Or Gau, or whatever. Goa, Indian name. He comes in. Pascal pushes it into the onside, runs on the stroke. But the fielder feels clean this time. Pascal advances to 23. And the score goes on to 31 for 1 in over number 5. So being kept a little quiet this time, Pascal, having had a series of boundaries thus far in his innings, and he has faced some 21 balls. He's on 23, and it will be the new batter in Fontaine who will be receiving his first delivery from Goa, the shortest of the 3 fast bowlers used thus far this morning. Zaid didn't bowl too well, so he was replaced by Goa, who comes in from outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper, and there is none, a wide signal. So the score goes on to 32. 32 it is for 1. Looking to generate some pace, but perhaps trying a little too hard and going wider than the regular guiding line. And so umpire signaled wide. So 32 it is. It comes Goa from the southern end, driven by Fontaine, finds wideish mid-off, and there is no runs. The end of over number 5, it's 32 for 1, Gary. Brisk going by the Windward Islands.
A good tight over there by Gore, his first over, and but the Windwards 32 for 1. Me tell you, in the other match, in the match between Leewards and Barbados, the defending champion, Leewards 103 for 4 after some 24 overs. Kunal Telokani, he's one of the openers, he's not out on 33. Davanand Singh made 12. Carlton Pluck made a duck. I think he made 1 in the previous game, batting at number 3 as well. And the Andre Jew, he got 6. Matthew Miller, 11. And Tanez Francis, the keeper, he made 6. Eric Richards, he's on 12, not out. So that's the Leewards 103 for 4 from 24 overs.
Apiri, the lone successor thus far, runs away from us here, played easily nice into the offside, but finds extra cover. Beautiful shot. Pascal, as usual, showing good stroke play. Score remains on 32 for 1. We are in over number 5. Number 6, sorry, 5 overs gone. Pascal is on 23. The batter gone. Caught Bowie Edwards for 4 off the bowling of Apidi. He is bowling his third over. Has picked up 1 for 12. It looks good. Has a good rhythm. Nice little run up. Does not jump as usual fast bowlers, just runs through on his delivery. And being a tall man, you'd expect a nice little jump, but here he goes. Small, and plays it into the offside, straight mid-wicket, onside, sorry, it fields, and there is no run. There's just a slight in his delivery, Jerry, no big jump like usual fast bowlers will give you in a good rhythm. He runs through and goes like a Malcolm Marshall delivery, you know.
And he's tall, so with some work, I'm sure you can get more out of him because he's a tall bowler.
Yes, if he can just get a nice little jump in, he's bowling rapid enough, he'll be able to get so much more bounce. But he's getting decent down bounce at this time with the height that he has. Goes away from us. Then onto the back foot there, pushes the man who's looking to stop the run. Misfielded, but was covered nicely by backward point. Extra cover did not feel clean. The score remains on 32 for 1. Pascal looking good, shaping good, but unable now to get to either side of the fielders. Finds it difficulty in getting into the gaps. So he has to ensure that he gets himself together, keeps his head going, settles, and try to revisit the strokes that he played earlier. Apidi, tall, lanky bowler, running away from us here. Does his little stutter and goes away to bowl to Pascal. Jumps, delivers. And he hardly had the jump, as I indicated. Played nicely by Pascal, finds wide mid-off, and there is no run. Notice these days, Gary, they with mid-off and mid-on are pretty wide. Perhaps set up for invite the batsman into the drive. Once ago, the old-time batsmen would have utilized those gaps. Straight back.
And because in the old-time days, the mid-off would be straighter because the batters normally play straight back on the pitch. These days, batters are trying to give themselves room to play inside-out shots. So that's maybe why the mid-off is a bit wide.
Yeah, so Apiri does a little stutter and strides away from us now. Delivers to Pascal. Pascal flashing and missing, and appeal goes up. Umpire shakes his head in the negative, but a lovely delivery again, hitting that foot stump line, Gary, that corridor of uncertainty that you would find with batters outside of their stump. Flashing and missing, and appeal goes up. Lovely delivery. Umpire
Poor
shakes
shot as
his
well.
head in the negative.
He was in no position to play that shot. Didn't move his feet, just had a big swing, and he was fortunate. But a good tight over so far from Apidi.
He has been bowling well, yes. And it can be well be bowling a maiden this time. He has been looking good. It's one more ball in this 6th over. Apidi in his 3rd over runs away from us into bowl to Pascal. Pascal pulling it into the onside, brings the man from deep backward square That's more of a wideish long on here, and an appeal has been made for run out, but it's gotten home easily. So 2 runs, Pascal goes on to 25. The score advances to 34 for 1 at the end of over number 6.
A tight over. The last delivery, they got 2 runs. So the last 2 overs for the USA 2, they have been pretty tight. And you could have seen the shot that Fontaine would have played because he was bowling tight. And he looked for that big shot. As a matter of fact, was the captain who would have played that expansive drive in the offside. And I'm sure if he would have given away his hands, he would have been very disappointed as the captain playing that sort of shot. But he's still there. He's on 25. And we have seen some 6 overs, and the current is scoring at 5.67 runs per over.
A little disappointing there from a PD. I'm sure he would have wanted to end his over with a maiden. He strayed onto the body of Pascal, who just tucked it into the onside and got those runs. But let's see what will happen here with Goa coming into bowl to Fontaine. Fontaine punches this one on into the ground, bounces over the bowler, but mid-off comes around fields, and there is no run. So we're into over number 7, and 34 it is for 1. The Windward Islands being inserted by USA 2 in this West Indies Rising Star under 19 competition. The match being played here at E.T. Willett. So we're asking the crowd to come on out. The crowd looks good down in the pavilion down there for the start of the game, Gary. In previous times, we would have seen that built up after lunch, but the word has been getting around. We're not seeing our greenhouse flamboyant tree spectators yet, maybe 1 or 2 up there, and I'm sure the pavilion has a few in it. But persons will be coming out, perhaps looking at the weather. Things have been looking good. We know the word has been spread. And so we're asking you to come out and support the Rising Stars under 19 cricket competition. It's USA 2 here playing the Windward Islands. In comes the man from Goa. Flag bat is played, and this time Fontaine is off the mark, hustling to get a single. He is on 1, and the score moves on to 36 it is.
So a bit of a fumble by the field at mid-off. That's Rahul Basu. If he had picked it up cleanly and quickly, could have created some issues for Fontaine, but he got off the mark. He's on 1. And Goa will continue from that far end.
So Goa will be bowling to Pascal now. But you know, the Windward batters, they tend to put pressure on fielders. And it is a good thing to see them run on the stroke. You know, you're growing up, we were learned to play any man tip. So you had to, when you hit the ball, you had to run. But you got to be careful. Yes, I agree. If that fielder had picked up the ball cleanly, there might have been some trouble. But it's 36 for 1. Pascal is now facing. He's on 25. Fontaine, Sin Ho. Fontaine is on 1-1, having faced 30 balls. Pascal has faced 28 balls and is on 25. And is someone right in front of the screen here, one of the guys who normally helps with the ground. And
those are some of the persons down in the stand down there. Those are the persons assisting with the ground, the covers, some of the prisoners. And they out.
You can't stand
cricket.
behind. He wanted to get the view. Here comes onto the back foot, whipped it into the onside. Again, not getting it as square as he would have wanted, Pascal, but running on the shot. He goes now to 26, and the score goes on to 37. 37 it is for 1, weighing over number 7. 45 overs being bowled here because of a delayed start due to some rain. In comes the man himself, go straight drive back across, beautifully trying to stop it, but just dived over it rather than straight across. But a single has been had. Fontaine moves on to 2, and the score goes on to 38 for 1. But lovely straight drive, stopped effectively but not cleanly. But a run has been had, and Fontaine moves to 2. So 39 it is the Windward Islands. For 38 it is for 1. Pascal, who is on 26, is now facing Goa. comes away from the southern end, passes the umpire now. He has more of a jump in his shot, in his delivery shot, but extra cover is found from the shot there from Pascal, and there is no run. It's the end of over number 7, 38 for 1, the Windward Islands.
So the scoring rate dropping. It was in excess of 7 runs per over. Now it has come down to just over 5. So it means that the USA bowlers are finding the line, finding the length, and trying to keep things tight. Pascal is still there. He's the captain. He's still batting well. He's on 26. He would want to get a big score in the last game versus the Jamaica team. He just got 11. So he would want to get a good total for his team. And Fontaine as well would want to give good support. Fontaine in the game, the last game got to 26. He would want to also do better.
Well, Goa has been doing his job in trying to keep the batsmen quiet. He has done so. Only 8 runs from his 2 overs. And the man Apidi, who was picked up the wicket before, is into his 4th over, having 1 for 14 for prior. Onto the pads of Fontaine, gets it to straight mid-wicket, and there is no run. So over number 7 has been bowled. Over number 8 we are entering now, and Apidi is into his 4th over. 13 is 3.1, and it is 1 for 14. So let's see how Fontaine will take the attack to him. Apidi looks good, steady head, steady line and length, and if this is something for the future, this would be good. And this is what coaches would want to see, a ball in proper line and length. Like Apidi delivers now to Fontaine outside the off stump. Fontaine is a little bit too wide. Fontaine allowing it to go through. It goes on to 39, a wide signal, and the umpire is awaiting the signal from his scoreboards. 1, we've got an operative scoreboard out on the side there, Gary. Good to see that, and not the wooden scoreboard. They're using the wall, and our scorers are upstairs above us as we continue to get our feed from them in terms of what's happening. The current run rate is about 5.4, and Apidi, I am very pleased to see how he's trying to ensure that he keeps his line and length off stump, just outside the off stump. Just was a little too wide a while ago. Goes away from us now. What will he do? Onto the back foot, pushes the batsman. He's looking there to perhaps push it into the offside, but he was forced to come forward after a while. He was looking to go onto the back foot to punch it. And the good line and length there from Apidi. He looks to be a thinking bowler as he comes back towards his mark.
United States won against Trinidad and Tobago. They're 108 for 1 in 22.5 overs. And Lee was 106 for 4.
With Apidi goes away from us into ball to and looking to flash it, and no, the ball was not close there. He played underneath it, and the ball goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. And he's into his 4th over, 3.3, 1 for 15, and he looks good, Gary. He's maintaining his line and length, ensuring that he makes the batter work for his runs. So the Windwards have got their work cut out now. At this point in time, it's a quiet period for them, having been inserted by the USA. USA 1, USA 2. They have lost their first 2 games, and the Windward Islands have won their first 2 games. So it's a battle here on here. Windwards would want to keep their 100% record as Apidi goes away from us. Into ball to Fontaine, comes forward, and there is no run. It's his 8th delivery has received. He's on 2. It is 39 for 1, the Windward Islands. Good bowling there by Apidi, ensuring that Fontaine does not get runs. He brought him forward. It kept a little bit low. He had to come down hard on it, and there is no run. So they maintain the slip. It's a little wide rather than that regular straight first slip. He's more of a second slip position. Man on the 3rd man boundary. You have a point, extra cover, extra cover. Wideish mid off, wideish mid on, straight mid wicket, Man deep down on the long leg boundary as a PD goes away from us. Into bowl to Fontaine. Delivering up, it comes across again. Not diving straight across, but over the ball, and it runs away for 4. Lovely shot there by Fontaine. He had been looking to get that done, and the fielder, Irwin. And so the score goes on to 43 for 1. Fontaine advances to 6. In over number 8, Gary, and the run rate 5.49. Not bad. But they have been kept quiet in the last couple of overs. Boundary is there, been the first boundary in the last about 10 balls. So we will see what a PD will do.
But the captain will be disappointed with the effort there from Ryan Taj at mid-off.
Definitely. Who wouldn't be? Plays it outside the off stump. And again, they've gotten that man deep who took the catch earlier into that cover area. It's the end of the over, Gary. 8 overs, 43 for 1. The Windward Islands being inserted by the USA 2. Your comments and continue with the ball by ball.
Well, it's another quiet over apart from that shot that went for 4. The fielder at mid-off, Ryan Taj, could have done better, but all in all, the United States bowlers seem to have been settling into a good line and length. A PD bowling from the commentary box and has settled in well, has looked good. And he has bowled a couple of wides, but he's 4 overs, of course, 1 for 19. And then we have Gore, who is bowling from that far end. The captain of the Windward's team, Pascal, he has looked good. Fontaine would want to spend some time in the middle. So it's at the start of over number 9. Projected score based on the current rate, 242. So we tell you that the Windward would have made 1 change from the last game. Fontenelle was left out, and Isaiah Jones has been brought into the team. Right arm leg spin, so right arm leg spin replacing a right arm leg spin. Fontenelle had 2 overs of 25 runs in that game versus Jamaica. So Gore is bowling from that far end. And they get a single, so with that single, the total will go on to 44 for 1. And it will bring Fontaine into strike. So, as I said, the win was making just the 1 change. And we'll go to the USA team for you in just a minute. USA would have played 2 games prior, USA 2. And they have not been able to win a game so far. It's a lovely drive, but we'll get just a single. It's a good flowing drive from Pascal. Pascal has looked good. He has been timing the ball well. So he's set for a good score. So we tell you a play would have started late because of some early morning showers, which left parts of the run-up a bit damp. And some clouds hovering above us. No immediate threat of rain. So this encounter has been reduced to 45 overs. So each bowler can bowl a maximum of 9 overs. So no bowler can bowl more than 9 overs. And as part of the requirement, the first 10 overs, once it is 50 overs, have to be bowled by the medium pacers. With it reduced to 45, it will now be 9 overs. So the first 9 overs will have to be bowled by pacers. So we should see some spinners coming in anytime now. And that's a shot down towards the back of the point area. And it will go for 4. It was short, it was wide. And the fielder at back of the point was diving away to his left or to his right, couldn't stop it. And it went past him and into the boundary for 4. So 4 more to the total. With those 4 runs, the total has gone on to 49. So 1 short of the 50. And Pascal continued to bat well. He's on 31. 1 delivery remaining in over number 9. So the USA would have won the toss and decided to insert the Windwards. Starting with a slip. There's a point, a cover, extra cover, and a long off. And there was the batsman playing a naughty shot, just going for a big drive from the inner portion of the bat. Fortunately for him, it went just past the off stump and down towards the boundary for 4 balls. not a good shot. He was looking to drive, and the ball came from the inner portion of the bat. If you look at it on the monitor, and just went agonizingly close to the off stump, and he got it down towards the fine leg area for 4 to bring up the end of over number 9. The 50 has come up 53 for 1 after 9 overs.
Yeah, not a good shot there from Pascal, but you can see he is looking to take the attack to the USA bowlers. He has gone on to 35 because of that miscued shot, not in the air, but off of the inner portion, just teasingly passing the outside of the off stump and getting a boundary for it. So at the end of 9, it's 53 for 1, Gary. Projected score 265, and they're going at 5.89.
Well, they were going in excess of 7. The projected score was 344 at one point in time, but we know that would come down. So Apidi will continue. So captain of the USA 2 team, Ari Pali, he's continuing with his pacer from the mid-commentary end. He has bowled 4 overs, 1 for 19. We have a slip with a third man. And so because of the shot that was driven into the offside and was misfielded by Taj at mid-off, he has now been placed back at long off. It's probably not necessary for him to be placed down at long off. Frankie maybe just still stay inside at mid-off to try and still keep the pressure on the batters.
Or just outside the circle. You know, just bring him a little bit more 3/4 of the way to the boundary.
So with the 9 overs completed, another fielder has been placed outside the circle. There's a long leg, cover on the boundary, and a long off. Within the first power play, only 2 fielders are allowed. So with the overs reduced to 45, the power play would have been 9 overs. That has been completed. And Fonte will get a single. So a delivery was played down to the wide third man area, 1 more to the total. It has gone on to 54 for 1 in over number 10. And Captain Pascal has come back into strike. He has faced some 35 balls for his 35, so doing well. So there are 3 other matches going on in this Rising Stars Under-19 Cricket Championship, which has been played right here in St. Kitts and Nevis. It's slightly overcast here at the El Camino Willett Park. Win over number 10. So Pascal is on 35, and Apidi continuing to bowl that tight line just on about the off stump. And given the respect by the captain Pascal was played well, but he has also played a couple of rash shots. 3 deliveries remaining in over number 10. There's a third man, a point, there's a cover point, there's a cover on the boundary, extra cover, and a long off. On the onside we have a long leg, a mid wicket, and a mid on. A nice flowing drive again, but goes straight down to the cover, extra cover area where Ange Boji feels there is no chance of a run. So the Windwards won the first 2 matches by a close margin. First game by 5, and now in the second game versus Jamaica by 4 runs. On the other hand, Barbados won the 2 matches by a huge margin. First game by 140, and the second game against Trinidad and Tobago, they won that by 144. So they're presently coming up against the Leewards. Leewards, last we saw, they would have lost 4 wickets. And that's a good delivery. Came back in towards the right-handed Pascal. Came from the inner portion of the bat onto the pad. Good delivery, Frankie, coming back in from outside the off stump.
Lovely delivery, and you could see he took some pace off that one too. And so it's a nice move, and nice different, as we would say, mode of delivery. And came back inside rather than being going away. He'd been moving the ball away or sending it straight through. And he had the batsman in some bother there. But nice to see the captain persisting with him. Will he give him another one? Or Will he bring on a spinner? I see a young man down here at the long off area warming up. He seems to be a lefty, so we'll see whether or not he'll be introduced.
So another tight over by PD, and they'll go for a quick single, 2 runs coming from the 10th over. And with that single, total has gone on to 55 at the end of 10 overs after the Windwards were inserted by the USA 2 after winning the toss. I don't think Apidi will come back. He's bowled 5 overs on the chart, and one of the regulations as well in terms of the playing conditions, there's no bowler, no medium pacer can bowl more than 6 overs in his first spell, and with the overs reduced.
So he has one more if they decide to give it to him.
With the overs reduced by 5 overs, that probably
5?
Yeah, that probably will reduce as well.
The limit, okay. And so we're gonna see what's happening here. But Gary, I like the look of Apidi. I like it. I do not know what he did in his previous matches, but I like the look of him. And if he can do some work, he doesn't need to be putting on anything much on his body. He's well built in terms of his height. Perhaps as he grows, he'll mature naturally. And that is what I would want to see. I know that in the outer world, sometimes they try to put bowlers to go into the gym too early. And when you bulk up yourself, your shoulders will get tighter. Your shoulder muscles will get tighter. So you wouldn't have that frequency of getting the swing as you would want to bring it over the arm in terms of getting that actual action as free as you would want. So the left armer comes away from the southern end. It's first sign of spin, Gary.
So is Ryan Taj bowling from that far end, the Bath Hotel end. And he's bowling to the captain of the Windward on 36. Good delivery. First up. So he's bowling left arm. He's bowling around the wicket. So that's not the wrist spin or back of the arm and conventional left arm spin. So the regulations also state spinners, if wrist spinners get to wickets, they give 2 over point to their team. So immediately Taj is on target. 3-dot deliveries. So the captain Pascal will want to have a look at him before playing, try to be attacking. This time we get an easy single. This one a bit too short. And Pascal got a single down to the long on area. With that single, total has gone on to 56. And Pascal on 37 from 43. Urshino Fontaine is on 8 from 13. That's too short. We get an easy run at least. So the first 3 deliveries are good deliveries, a pitch on good line and length, but the last 2 were a bit too short, give the batters enough room to get a run. So 2 more, another single has gone on to the total, 57. So 2 runs have come so far. 1 delivery remaining in this first over from Taj from that far end. Too short again. And a bit of a misfield down on the boundary. So they allow the batters to come back for 2. You want your outfielders to be feeling well, Frank. You don't want to be giving up too many unnecessary singles. But the fielder came across down a deep cover, didn't pick it up cleanly, and were able to get back for 2 runs to bring up the end of over number 11. It is 59
that is
for
true.
1.
You're going to have to feel clean to keep the pressure on the batsman, and allowing a second run there. Sees 4 runs coming off of Taj's over, first over. And Apidi is coming back, Gary. I did ask for it. I'm getting it. And so, you know, he has already bowled 5 overs, 1 for 21, no maidens. And so perhaps the 6 is allowed still.
Yeah, so the captain have seen something in his fast bowler and tried to get 1 more out of him to see if he can pick up another wicket. He would have gotten the wicket of Edward, who was caught brilliantly by Boji for 4. He went when the score was on 28. So it's another nice little partnership as well developing for the Windward. So they put on some 31 runs. So the captain trying to break this partnership with this probably Apedi's his strike bowler. So 1 more to the total, goes on to 60. projected score 242. So a PD 22 runs have come from his 5 overs, 5.1. And he's bowling to a slip. There is a point. There's a cover on the boundary, extra cover. And there is a fielder deep, maybe at wide Thurman area. That's too wide outside the off stump, playing a nothing shot really. Pascal, ball probably kept a bit low as well. Maybe he was looking for it to come back, and he just played at it, went behind to be taken by the keeper.
Going straight through the arm, that a lower trajectory, collected cleanly by the keeper. I like the look of a PD. Some work, can see him being one for the future.
Yes, bowling that's good line and length, just on about the off stump. We have seen a couple of deliveries. He has been able to get them to jog back in towards the right-hander. He's in his 6th over. And there's another nothing shot again from the captain, probably losing some concentration. Just stood there and played another fun shot. So 2 shots from the last 2 deliveries, not too convincing, Frankie.
Not convincing at all. Lapsing in concentration. And he's going to have to revisit his strategy, or else he cannot well give away his wicket. But Apidi is making them work, and he's showing a good sign here. And at the end, perhaps, of this one, we will have the water break, Gary.
So this is the under-19 Rising Star cricket from the El Camino Willie Park. This time he got batting it. We get a single. So with that single, total has gone on to 61 in over number 12. We just have 1 delivery remaining in the over. So the umpires for this game, Philip Ogis and Daniel Sheckle out of Antigua. Standby umpires, Robert Foster out of Jamaica. I just look downstairs, see the former West Indies player, Keith Allerton, making his presence, making an appearance at the El Camino Willie Park, where he would have made lots of runs. And here is where he started in terms of creating an impact on the selectors. And a delivery which came from the inner portion of the bat. The hand of the bowler went in the air. Maybe thought he might have just gone through the defense, but he got batting it. And goes down towards the long leg area, the back of the square area for another single. So with that single, total has gone on to 62. 62 for 1. The 3 runs coming from this 6th over from a PD. He has bowled 5.5 overs, the 1 for 24. So it's overcast, but our forecast did predict that we probably will get some more rain. So over number 12 is completed. At the end of it, you're listening to under-19 Rising Stars cricket from the El Camino Willie Park. The Windwards are batting first. They are 62 for 1. And it seems as though we're going to get the first water break. We here will also take a break as well. Thank you, Rafa. Kill us every ball. All right, so welcome back after that water break. So it will be, Taj will continue from the far end. Umpire is just trying to get the signal, the attention of the scorers and all scorers in the pavilion and also the scorers on the scoreboard, the manual scoreboard at the far end. So Fontaine, who is on 11, will be facing up to Taj. His first over cost 4 runs. So a flighted delivery, and then we get a single. So Taj in that first delivery after the water break wasn't afraid to flight it, but the batter was to the measure of it and pushed it into the onside for a single. So this is the Rising Stars under 19 cricket from St. Kitts and Nevis. This game has been played right here at the El Camino Willett Park. Pascal is on 40. I'm sure would have his eyes set on a half century. He has faced some 48 deliveries. So the Windwards would want to make it 3 in a row. They are topping the table in terms of the point standings. They would have gotten 2 wins and 3.4 bonus points. So they picked up bonus points as well. That has taken them to the top of the table, even though Barbados would have scored more runs than them and the victories were bigger, the margin of victory. Still able to be on top. So Pascal will get a single, a bit too short by Taj. He would want to bring the batsman forward and with those flighted, with those deliveries. Left arm bowling around the wicket. You want to bring the batter forward. A little flatter, this time on the stumps. So the current run rate 4.99. The projected score is 225. It's overcast here at the El Camino Willett Park. Another too short of a delivery from Taj to bring up the end of the over. Over number 13 has come to an end, 13 or 45. And Taj 2 overs, of course, 7 runs. It is 65 for 1 Windwards.
As the Windwards continue to roll over, you can hear their teammates applauding them for every run that they're getting, which is very good. I like the motivation and the camaraderie in that team. And Gary, the run rate has been cut back considerably. So the spinner has done a wonderful job. We've got a new bowler coming in from the pavilion end, number 7 he is.
Opening bowler from the far end, Rahim.
Rahim has been switched around. Okay, so let's see what will happen. I'll try and get in touch with this Foster guy because I like to make connections to see if he's related to Maurice Foster. I like to keep those kind of connections, you know. I spoke to Junior Murray, and the 2 youngsters, the Murrays, are his nephews.
Okay. So the first delivery from Abdul Rahim, Mozamil Abdul Rahim, bowling his second spell from this the commentary end. His first spell, 2 overs, none for 16. And so it's always some familiar names in cricket. When you hear them, you would always ring a bell. The Fosters, the Murrays.
So I had the privilege of working around those guys when I was in Jamaica, Gary, and it's always good to know. I've been associated them with cricket before, and you get to meet them in person.
It's a lovely shot by the captain, another short delivery. And he gets it down towards backward point. Too short and a bit too wide. And Pascal, who has been there for some time, would not miss out on that. Another boundary. So with that 4 total has gone on to 70 for 1 in over number 14.
That's the kind of shot he exhibited earlier in his innings. So is he getting back into his groove? Because he had been kept quiet for a little while. Lovely shot indeed into that backward point area.
Yes, and speak of Jamaica, the GC Foster College.
Oh yes,
that's where you're.
My home away from home in the Caribbean.
So a much better delivery from Abdul Rahim, bowling his second spell from the commentary end.
The only dissatisfaction I had in Jamaica was that I was prevented from doing my umpire's final exams.
Yeah?
Yeah, I had only to do the practical. And they said, I can't do it there. I said, but it's the West Indies Cricket Board umpires, examination. And they never yielded to me. And I didn't even worry to.
So you couldn't do it there, but then you couldn't do it anywhere else, like when you come back?
I could have done it at home, but
Okay.
by that time my mind had changed from umpiring.
Lost interest, okay.
Right, and I was sticking to my coaching. Basically, I did do local umpiring, continued to help with the local umpiring, but then that would have given me the opportunity to get into regional umpiring, and I still practiced there because I was able to help them with their leagues.
Okay. So the captain, Pascal, will get a single. Another single to the total, takes it on to 72 for 1 in over number 14.
It was rather unfortunate, but having studied at GC Foster, you got many privileges because all the sports that are offered around the world are offered in Jamaica, and there's a vast majority there. So you're able to get in contact with a various number of persons.
Yes, it's always important to develop linkages, and that will only help with your advancement and development of whatever you're into, whether it's sports or academic.
The privileges you had that any sports that needed officials, they first came to GC Foster.
Right.
And so you got an opportunity, especially if you had exposure in those sporting areas, you would be the first to be called upon.
So delivery on the leg stump, good bit of feeling there at mid-wicket. And that's Tamula at mid-wicket, diving away to his right. Over is completed. Over number 14, the Windwards are batting first. They are 72 for 1.
72 for 1, going good. They have been cut back in terms of their run rate. They started off with at least 7 per run rate. They're at least back by 4 or 5 now. The projected score to 31. And, they're going to have to up the momentum now. We're in over number 14. They're going to have to try and consolidate a little more, look for their singles, and try to get some boundaries in between if they want to get over that 200 mark.
So Taj will continue from that far end. His 2 overs have caused 7, so we're going at 3.5 runs per over. Pascal is on 46 from 54. Shino Fontaine is on 14.
And when I think they're my 2 specialist areas. I did all the subjects, but I specialized my program into track and field and cricket.
So they'll eventually get a single as a poor bit of cricket by the fielder at extra cover, kicking it down towards the long on area. I was trying to do a sliding save, but he kicked it down to the long on fielder for a single. So with that single, it has gone on to 73. So you would have gained lots of experience and exposure being in Jamaica.
Oh, yes, especially I was the assistant to the coach of the track and field team, so I traveled with them anywhere they went for any track meet, and if needed, I officiated wherever necessary. And the opportunity was given to you for officiating in various areas, timing, judging, and I especially was used in the judging and timing areas.
Okay. So that would certainly help to develop you as an all-around person as well.
Definitely.
In different aspects.
Yes.
And under different circumstances, different conditions. Like I know officiating in Jamaica could be a challenge.
Very challenging.
So they get another single because the sport public in Jamaica, they are very knowledgeable.
Yes.
So over is completed. Over number 15 for 74 for 1. Win was batting first.
And my privilege because of my contacts with the guys in the cricketing fraternity. Any regional matches, West Indian matches were there. I got my tickets. The first time I went to Sabina, Stuart and what's his name, Atherton. Keith, they were playing for West Indies. It was the devilish bowlers, those left-arm seamers. Oh, yes. Akram and those guys, it was a magnificent match indeed. You know, I went, got tickets from them when I went for the next few days, and the officials I met, the umpires, some of whom I knew, and so I did not have to pay to see any cricket at all while I was there. They always made sure that they sent for me. Didn't get the opportunity to commentate too, almost.
So there's a change of bowling. Kappa has been brought into the attack. He's bowling left arm around the wicket. So he did have some privileges in Jamaica.
Definitely, definitely. In all areas of sports. In all areas. I traveled with the teams wherever they went. And, you know, my very first night I went to a volleyball match where G.C. Foster was playing against CWI. You want to hear the story, I'll tell you about that. It was amazing.
So it's Kappa. His first two deliveries have gone for a single, a bit too short, so the batsman was able to force into the offside for another single. Kappa has a 0 on his back. Much better line delivery. So he's in his first over. So it's spin from the far end. Now spin again from from the commentary end. Two left arm spinners. He's going between the umpire and his stumps. A bit too short and a bit too wide. And so another single to the total. So 2 runs have come from his 4 deliveries. The total has gone to 77 for 1. They're scoring at 4.91 runs per over. And it's coming up. It's past midday here in Nevis. The sun is trying to peep out.
Oh, no.
And they will get a single. As they feel like coming off the boundary. They feel that cover moving across to the left. Extra cover couldn't stop it. So another run. So 4 singles so far in this over from 5 deliveries. So Kappa first over. That is bowling a bit too short and giving the batters enough room to play into the offside. So 1 delivery remaining in his first over. Over number 16. This one is flighted, a much better delivery. The batsman a bit tentative in coming forward as Fontaine. A good end to the over with that delivery. Over number 16 is completed. 78 for 1 Windwards.
Pascal 1 away from his 50. It's 78 for 1. Gary, for a long time I have not seen a spinner go between the umpire and the stumps. I know these are West Indian bowlers, especially left-arm spinners, go either around or over, not between the umpire and the stumps. Very rarely do I see that. And when I saw that, my mind flashed right back on El Comido Willett.
Yeah.
El Comido Willett going between the umpire and the stumps on his toes, bowling. Well, it's good to see that. The USA team going to have to tighten their fielding. They have been making a number of blunders, Gary, giving away singles easily and twos.
So Taj will continue from that far end. And the captain just pushed it into the onside to bring up his half-century. Good knock, 50, coming up in some 59 deliveries. And I getting a round of applause from his teammates in the dressing room. So a single to bring up the 50 for Pascal. 50 he is. And with that single, the total has gone on to 79.
I'd like to see the makeup of his 50. 50 from 59. Good knock indeed. He has consolidated well.
So Taj will continue. And Shino Fontaine will pick up a single. So there are other matches going on. Leewards against Barbados. So Pascal is solidly behind the delivery, maybe indicating that he wants to continue to bat and bat long for his team. They have some 27 overs remaining after this. Match has been reduced to 45 overs because it started late. Play started just around 11:10. So reduced to 45. And the Windwards were inserted by USA 2. And there is driving in the air. Should be out caught. Yes, it is. There was the captain, Pascal, looking to play inside out. Didn't time it well, went in the air. And the fielder at long off, running across to his left, took an excellent catch. So we are seeing two excellent catches to dismiss the two openers for the Windwards. The Windwards losing the second wicket with a score on 80.
80 for 1. He gave away his hand. He could have played that along the ground. Why try to go inside out at this point in time? Start rebuilding. You just got to your 50. And I was about to say he needed to stay there to bat deep for the team, but he gave away his hand. Trying to play that inside-out shot was a very good catch indeed. The two catches we have seen for the morning has been great. Diving away to the left, diving forward this last dismissal. So he is gone. Wonder how many fours is he had, because he did not hit any sixes. Wonder how many fours he had in innings. And it's unfortunate for him.
And he's coming off and still practicing that inside-out shot, Frankie. So maybe he, in his mind, he's thinking that should have been the inside-out shot. He didn't really get to the pitch of it either, and was not in control. The ball came from the outer part of the bat, and the catch was taken excellently down at wide long off.
So it's now have to be a new beginning in terms of setting a platform. You are in over number 17. We've got 45 overs in the game. It's an opportunity for them now to at the moment 214 projected. They still can get 200 if they can settle and they can dig deep, and they can get at least 250 still if they bat well. But they're going to have to be careful, as Pascal has given away his hand.
So it looks like is that the new batter is Lovio Charles. So Charles is the new batter for the Windwards. So we have one delivery remaining in over number 17.
Surprising, I haven't seen any of the Murrays yet.
So you get the delivery is playing it down to short fine leg. Tumbling effort by the pace bowler who bowled some 6 overs. That's a PD. And a single to Charles. He's off the mark to become the end of the over. Successful over there for the USA 2 team. 1 wicket and a tight over as well. Picking up a wicket and just some 2 runs from the over.
Well, Taj has done his work, has bowled 4 overs, picked up 1 for 12. That's very good indeed. Lowering the Windward Islands captain into a false shot. Has gone after just getting his 50. A time when he should have consolidated and looked to bat deep to put his team in a position where they could get at least 250. But that was not to be. He was dismissed from a beautiful catch. Here and yes, so 81 it is for 2 at the end of 17. Gary Charles off the mark. Right away he's going to be facing Kappa, who was bowled 1 over for 4 runs, and Fontaine is there on 18.
So, seen a nice flighted delivery. And Charles is just pushing into the offside for a single. So the Mauritius will come and he batted at 6, Frankie. So he batted at 6 on the first innings. In the last game, so 6 and 7.
Also they batted lower down.
6 and 7, yeah. So 2 wickets down.
Well, goes to show that there's some batting depth, because they do look good.
82 for 2 in over number 18. And that's what you want to see from your spinners. Flighting deliveries. A good, nice flighted delivery to Oshino Fontaine. Pushed it down into the offside. So there's a cover on the boundary, mid-wicket on the boundary as well. This time it's flatter, faster. Good bit of feeling. And as bowlers, Frankie, you want to feel well to use your own bowling. Roger Harper was excellent at that. El Comido with it as well.
Yes. He's a very good fielder to his own bowling.
So nice flighted delivery. And we get a single. It's love to see your spinners flighting, bringing the batters forward. So another single to the total. Takes it on to 83. You know, over number 18 is scoring at 4.7 runs per over. In the early stages, they were going in excess of 7. The projected score has come down to 212 from 344. This time he will go over the wicket. So left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Charles. Charles is on 2. Another flighted delivery. A bit of turn and bounce, a bit slow, but he just pushed it down into the offside. That's a good line, good length. Teasing out the left hand outside the off stump. There's a cover on the boundary. So just 2 runs from this over. So 6 runs coming from his spell so far, 1.5 overs. Another excellent delivery just on the about the off stump, spinning across the left hander to the end of a tight over. At the end of it, you're listening to Rising Stars under 19 cricket from the El Camino Windward Park. The win was batting first. Yeah, 83 for 2 from 18.
83 for 2 from 18. Rising Stars, Windward Islands are going to perhaps look to ensure that they get over the 200 mark again. I still feel they can get 250. It is just a wait and see situation. But you can give kudos to the Windward, the USA two bowlers. They have brought themselves back in by getting some quiet overs and did break that partnership. And the captain went at 80. They lost their first wicket at 28. So a 52-run, 62-run partnership there. 52-run partnership, sorry. And kudos to them. The spinners have continued to keep the quietness on after a lovely spell from Apidi.
So it seems as though there's another change of bowling at the far end. Tumala. Ian Tumula bowling from that far end. So he replaced Taj at the start of over number 19. So another spin. So 2 openers, 2 opening bowlers, medium pacers, and now we have 3 spinners. And he'll be bowling, look like right arm over the wicket. And so he's bowling from that far end, the Bath Hotel end, the historic Bath Hotel end. And over number 19, good delivery, flighted. And there was Fontaine stretching. In over number 19, first over from Tumola, bowling from that far end. This time he's opening the face of the bat, another flighted delivery. And goes down to fielder at short, third man. And that's Kappa. Kappa inside the circle at third man. So it's still slightly overcast here at the El Camino Windward Park. Another flighted delivery. And Fonte, we get a single. So with a single, total has gone on to 84. Being over number 19. This is a 45 over affair. Play started late. So the overs reduced by 5. And Tumola is in his first over. 4 deliveries have been delivered. 1 run has been scored. So for the left-handed Charles, there's a point. There's a next to cover. The cover on the boundary has been asked to come inside the circle. There's a long off. And there's a fielder that has gone back down towards the back of the square fence. Middle wicket is also on the boundary. And the lawn, there's also a long off. So 2 fielders out on the boundary on the onside for the bowler falling from that far end. And get a single as was looking to turn it around the corner. Signal of leg by coming from umpire Sheckle. So another extra to the total with that single. Total has gone on to 85 for 2 with 1 delivery remaining in over number 19. So slightly overcast as the over come to an end. Over number 19, the winner was batting first, 85 for 2. Fontaine not out on 20. Charles not out on 2.
Lovely over, nicely tight over from Ariane Tumala. He 1 run yielded off his bowling, and as they continue to exhibit and expose the spinners, it's a very quiet period here for the Windward Islands team. Consolidation is needed, batting deep is needed, and the left-hand, right-hand combination is being exhibited here. 2 left-arm spinners, now a right-arm spinner. 3 spinners have been introduced. Back to the man himself, Kappa.
So Kappa is starting from the commentary end, as there's a battle between the sun and the clouds. It's the whole wind. Still overcast here at the El Comido Willet Park. Not seeing no immediate threat of rain in the east. Is looking kind of grey. That's where the rain normally come from. So play started late. Play started just around 11:10. So just over hours play was lost in this morning as the sun comes back out here at the El Comido Willet Park. In over number 20. And the projector scored just about 200. So the Windwards, they have lost 2 wickets. The 2 openers have been dismissed. And Kappa is going between the umpire and the stump. Good line, good length, nice delivery, testing delivery. But Fontaine, who is on 20, is not going to be tempted, at least not as yet. Another tight delivery on the off stump, looking to pierce the offside fielders, probably looking to guide it to the left of the field at point, but he got it down to extra cover. Another flighted delivery. Get an easy single down to long off. And so that's Jindal at long off. With a single, total has gone on to 87, 86, 86 for 2. He's driving in the air, caught. Not a good catch. It was wide. He went after it. It was nowhere to the pitch. The ball came from the outer portion of the bat in the air. Charles has been dismissed, caught in the gully. And the USA 2 have taken another wicket.
Yes, 3 excellent catches. Placed his feet down, but bat was playing away from his body. His head wasn't there, and the bones outdid him, trying to play it into the offside. But an excellent catch indeed as he comes back, having made 3. So the Windward Islands have lost another wicket, and it's 86. 86 it is for 3 in the 20th over.
So good breakthrough, another wicket. Good wicket for the USA 2 team. As the new batter for the Windwards goes into the middle. And that's Jonathan Daniel. So he batted at number 5 in the first innings and coming in at number 5 as well in the last game, sorry. And he made just 6 runs. He was caught for 6. So the Windwards losing their 3rd wicket on 20 in the previous game. They lost their 3rd wicket with a score on 66. They went on to make 196 all out. This time they lost their 3rd wicket with a score on 20. Not 20, in the 20th over with a score on 86. So it will be bowler from the far end. And he'll be bowling to Fontaine. Fontaine will get a single. Tumola is bowling his 2nd over from that far end, 87 for 3. At the start of over number 21, or 80, should be 88. 88 for 3 at the start of over number 21. So it's Tumola bowling from that far end. And the new batter is Jonathan Daniel, just pushed it down into the onside. Current rate is 4.33. Projected score dropping all the time, goes dipping below the 200. 195 the projected score based on the current run rate. Not a good tight delivery. So the USA have been able to keep things very tight. And they have been able to pick up wickets as well. They have picked up some 3 wickets. So Tumola has been able to keep things very tight. Just 2 runs coming from the 10 deliveries that he has delivered so far. One run coming from this over. Another dot delivery. So with each dot delivery will sure bring pressure on the batters. Jonathan Daniel, who replaced Charles, he has faced some 4 deliveries, not yet off the mark. 1 delivery remaining over number 21. Cannot pace the offside field to the end of a very tight over from Tumola. His 2 overs cost just 2 runs. At the end of over number 21, it is 88 for 3.
Very good support. Nice bowling in tandem with Tumala and Kappa. And the USA too has made their way back into this game. And they've pressured the batters, lured them into errors, and have continued to pick up wickets. They've lost 3 thus far. First one when the score was number on 28. And then they lost Pascal, the captain, the over before, 2 overs ago. And then his last over, in the 20th over, they lost Charles. He made 3. So we are continuing here with our ball by ball commentary. It is a Kappa who is bowling from the pavilion end and is bowling between the umpire and the stumps. It's a left-hand, right-hand combination there, I think. We lost Charles, the left-hander. No, we've got Daniel, who is batting. Fontaine is on 22 from 45 overs. It's 88 for 3. We're in over number 22. Between the umpire and the stumps goes Kappa. That's a delivery onto the back foot. Punches into the offside, but only could bring the man off the deep cover boundary. And he moves now to 23. The score goes on to 89. It is for 3. The Windward Islands having been inserted by the USA 2 team. And you're listening and watching Rising Star Cricket. West Indies Rising Star Cricket on the 19th at the El Camino Tony to Willett Park, ETW. Away goes the left armer in Kappa between the umpire and the stumps, again looking to punch it, but only could get it as far as extra cover, and there is no run. So Daniel is the man facing. There are 2 right-handers now, having lost the left-hander of Charles in the previous over. In comes Kappa. Kappa has pick up Charles. Here he's playing it in the onside. Another week is going to go. Easily sets on it. Naughty shot indeed there from Daniel. You've got so much yardage right or left. Acreage left and right of the deep mid-wicket fielder. And he places it straight into his hands. So Kappa picks up another wicket. The USA here making inroads into Windward Islands batters. Are they gonna put themselves out of the game by batting poorly?
Yes, it was not a very good shot. You could tell that the pressure was building on Daniel, but there was no need for him to be thinking that pressure is going to be building on him, because you still have lots of overs remaining, but all you need to do is to try and play the ball in front of you. But he went for a big shot, looking to clear the fielder down at mid-wicket, and he held out down at mid-wicket, so they have lost their 4th wicket with a score on 89. Another good wicket for the USA 2 team, continuing to pick up wickets and
yes,
the pressure on the Windwards.
And now the projected score is less than 200, and it's going to take some batting for them to, and they do have batters, so they've got to settle and play some wise cricket in order to get beyond the 200 mark. They get beyond the 200 mark, Gary, they have the bowlers that can defend 200 for them. The USA have not shown any good signs in their batting in previous matches. So it is the onus is the Windward Islands to get still beyond the 200 mark. And I said 220 is still there. We are in the 22nd over. And they are 89 for 4. Consolidate, bat deep, bat out your overs. It's a 45 encounter because of the rain earlier. And so we have lost 5 overs. For 45 overs to go, take your time and bat. Now, one of my favorite batters is in there, Kurt Murray.
Your favorite batter.
The left-hander I love more though, but he bats well. Kurt Murray, his brother is Kurtson. He is perhaps next to come. They bat 5 and 6 for the Windward Islands. He allows this one to go through. That's Kurt, and there is no run. So 89 for 4. The Windward Islands in a spot of bother here against USA 2. As USA have 2 teams in the competition. USA 1 is playing in St. Kitts. We'll give you the update with their scores in a moment. Shot is extra cover is there, collects, and there is no run. It's the end of over number 22, 89 for 4. The Windward Islands, they've lost their way, having lost 2 wickets in the last 3 overs. Lost the captain Pascal at 80. Then you lost the other batter in Charles at 86, and now we have lost Daniel at 89.
Well, another successful over there for the USA 2 team, and they will want to continue to keep the pressure on the Windward Islands. So they have lost 4 wickets. We're in over number 23.
Tumala has been a very good support bowler. He plays this into the offside. Oh, a bad bounce for the fielder. It bounces and hits him somewhere on the body. A run has been had there. Is it? No. The outer fielder came and covered quickly. So, Tumala, he's bowling from they're shifting the fielders. Kappa, I think, going around there in that backward point area. The fielder was hit in his mid area, his groin area. In comes Tumala. This one is played beautifully off the pads there by Murray, and he gets his first run. And so it's 91 it is for 4. 91 for 4. Fontaine will be facing up. He is on 24. So Charles went for 4. The score was 28. And Pascal went for 50. It was 80 for 2. Then we had Charles. There's another run here. I've been applauded as the score moves on to 92. 92 it is. They had Charles going. He went for 3. It was in the 20th over. It was 86 for 3. And then we had Daniel going. He went when the score was 89 for 4. So Murray is there with Fontaine. Fontaine is on 25. Kurt Murray is on 1, having faced 3 balls already. And he plays it into the onside there. And as usual, they applaud. And so he goes on to 2 from 4 deliveries. It is Tumala, who has been bowling rather tight. 2.4 overs thus far, 6 runs off his bowling. He's bowling from the southern end. As an off spinner, he plays this one into the offside. That's Fontaine. Finds backward point, and there is no run. West Indies Rising Stars under 19 cricket is the Windward Islands battling to get themselves back on some solid ground. They're 93 for 4. It is gliding into the offside, brings the man from that deep, maybe the wicket up that deep cover area, hustling to his right, and they've picked up another run. Goes on to 95, it is. And there's Murray, who is on 3. He's going to be facing. At the end of the 23rd over, it is 94 for 4. And Fontaine remains on 26.
So 5 runs coming from that over. So they continue to just try to work the ball around to pick up the singles. They did that well in this over, in the last over, and that's what they would want to continue to do. Because they would need to have a good partnership here if they're to get up anywhere close to the 184, which is the projected score at the moment.
Well, Kappa, who has picked up some 3 wickets, I think, no, 2. He's picked up 2 for 9 from his 4 overs. Have been given good support by Tumala, who bowled 7 overs thus far, and he's keeping things tight. Kappa continues to make inroads. Will he do it again? He's got the man Fontaine in front of him. He goes away from us. Try the delivery, takes in the outside, brings the man from long on off the boundary. He goes to 27. That's Fontaine. The score goes on to 95 for 4. We're in over number 24. It's a 45 over encounter. Having lost 5 overs due to rain, so we had a late start this morning. Kappa goes away from us between the umpire and the stumps. Flatter delivery. It brings Murray forward. That's cut. And there is no run. He remains on 2. And the Windward Islands 95 for 4. They need to consolidate. They need to ensure that they bat deep and get some runs for their bowlers to defend. Because they do have a good bowling attack. Flatter delivery. Kappa getting Murray to chop it into the offside, brings the man from backward point. Nice flat delivery. He picked up, put a nice flat throw into his keeper, and there is no run. So you've got a deep backward point, a square cover, deep extra cover as Murray plays this one into the onside. Nice body movement, comes forward and just rolls the wrist over into the onside. Picked up his 3rd run, and the score goes on to 96 for 4. The Windward Islands. And the extra cover, wideish mid-off, man down on the long off boundary. Here is Kappa, brings the man forward in Fontaine, and there is no run. We're in the 24th over. Kappa, it is left arm spinner, goes away from the pavilion end, between the umpire and the stumps. Flat delivery onto the back foot. He chops into the offside, but could only find square cover. And there is no run. It's the end of the 24th over. The Windward Islands, they are 96 for 4.
Very tight over there for the USA. And now we see the covers have been brought onto the field of play. That was indicating it was overcast. And it's getting more overcast. And it's drizzling. And Frankie, I could tell you the east where the rain normally comes from doesn't look good.
Looks very, very dark.
Looks very ominous. So we might have another delay, a long delay here at the El Camino Park.
The cover's already giving trouble. The wind is giving them some trouble out there with the covers, Gary, and they are battling it and getting it settled. This is the largest cover there, and they're getting it over the whole square. Which is good, because it helps the inner fielders and the bowlers run up, so they will also be covered, Gary. So nice to know that we have got the required covering here. That's necessary for weather like this, and we hope and pray that we will not have too long a delay, because the match it sounds heavy. It sounds heavy, Gary.
Frankie, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but it looks like it will be a very long delay, because the east, as I indicated, looks very ominous. So
yes,
play has been suspended here at the El Camino Park with the Windwards batting first. They are 96 for 4 from some 24 overs. So as the rain continues to fall here at the El Camino Park, we will take a break and we'll be back as soon as play resumes.